Whispers in the Fog, Part 1. Emma had always known that Greystone was different. She could feel it in the stillness of the air, in the way the streets seemed empty even in the middle of the day. The town was small, tucked away in a corner of the countryside, far from any major roads or cities. To the outside world, it was nothing more than a sleepy village, where time moved a little slower, and the days blended into one another. But Emma knew better. She had lived here for 27 years, and no matter how much she tried to ignore it, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with Greystone. Something old and ancient, hidden beneath the surface. It was the fog, she realized, the fog that came every night without fail. Thick and suffocating, it rolled in from the woods like a slow-moving tide, swallowing the town whole. No one talked about it, at least not openly. The townsfolk had gotten used to it, even embraced it, as if it were some sort of natural occurrence. But Emma couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread when it appeared. It wasn't just the coldness or the dampness it brought with it. It was something else, something unexplainable. The fog had become thicker over the years. And tonight, it was especially heavy, curling around the edges of her window as she stared out into the empty streets of Greystone. The only sound that reached her ears was the soft creak of the wooden floor beneath her feet and the occasional gust of wind. Emma took a deep breath, her fingers brushing against the cold glass of the windowpane. The town was eerily quiet, just like every other night. No cars, no voices, no movement. Just the thick, oppressive mist hanging in the air like a blanket, muffling the world beyond. She'd been having nightmares for the past few weeks, disturbing dreams of a presence lurking in the fog, something watching her from the depths of the mist. She hadn't told anyone about it. She wasn't sure if she could explain it, and she wasn't sure she wanted to. She wasn't crazy. She knew that much. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just waiting for her to notice it. She had tried to convince herself that it was just the stress of work, or the isolation of living alone in the cottage at the edge of town, but deep down, she knew it was more than that. The whispers had started only a few nights ago. They were faint at first, like a soft murmur on the edge of her hearing. But tonight, they were louder, clearer, almost as if they were calling her name. Emma! Her breath caught in her throat. The sound was so soft, so distant, yet unmistakable. It was as though someone was standing just outside her door, speaking her name in a whisper, as if inviting her to come closer. She glanced over her shoulder toward the dim hallway, where the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long. Emma! She swallowed hard, a chill running down her spine. The whisper seemed to come from the woods, just beyond the fog that blanketed the town. It's just the wind, she thought, but even as she tried to convince herself, the fear gnawed at her. There was no wind tonight. The air was still, heavy with a kind of unnatural quiet. She pulled herself away from the window, trying to shake the unease that had settled in her chest. It was just the fog. It always played tricks on her mind. Maybe she was just tired, maybe she had been spending too much time alone in the cottage. But no matter how hard she tried to dismiss it, the feeling of being watched lingered. Suddenly, the whisper came again, louder this time, almost urgent. Come closer. Her heart raced. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't a trick of her mind. Someone, something, was out there, in the fog, calling her. Emma's feet moved before she could stop them. She didn't know why. She should stay inside, lock the door, and forget about it. But the pull was irresistible, like a magnetic force drawing her toward the woods. She grabbed her coat from the back of the chair and pulled it on, the fabric heavy against her skin. The air outside would be cold, but the chill inside the cottage already seemed unbearable. The fog pressed against the windows, thick and swirling, as though it were alive. When she stepped outside, the mist wrapped around her immediately, soaking into her skin, biting at her bones. The world beyond the edge of the fog was barely visible, the faintest shapes of the town obscured by the dense haze. Her breath fogged in the air, and her heart pounded in her chest, but she couldn't turn back now. Something inside her told her she needed to go to the woods. The whispering grew louder as she walked down the empty streets, her footsteps muffled by the thick fog beneath her feet. Every sound seemed muted, as if the world were holding its breath. The fog clung to her skin, its coldness seeping through her coat, but she couldn't stop now. Come closer. The voice was clearer now, closer, almost right behind her. She spun around, but there was nothing there. Only the mist, swirling in thick clouds around her. The streetlights cast weak, pale glows through the fog, their beams of light slicing through the haze like knives. But the world beyond them was pitch black, as if it had vanished entirely. Who's there? She called out, her voice trembling despite her attempts to steady it. There was no answer. Only the soft rustling of leaves in the distance, barely audible over the sound of her own heartbeat. She continued walking, her legs moving of their own accord, taking her down the familiar path toward the edge of the woods. She had walked this way 1,000 times before, but tonight, everything felt different. The fog was thicker here, curling around the trees, blocking her view. She could barely make out the outlines of the branches above her, twisting and shifting like dark, skeletal hands reaching down from the sky. The whispers were all around her now, filling the air, growing louder with each step she took. Come closer. No, she thought. I shouldn't be here. But her feet moved forward, dragging her deeper into the woods. The trees loomed over her like dark sentinels, their gnarled limbs stretching out like claws, reaching for her. Who are you? She whispered, her voice barely a breath. What do you want? The wind shifted, carrying with it the faintest scent of decay, a sharp, pungent smell that made her stomach turn. She stumbled forward, her pulse quickening as the whispers reached a crescendo, all around her now, filling her ears, drowning out her thoughts. Come closer. No. Emma tried to pull away, but something unseen yanked at her, drawing her closer and closer to the heart of the woods, where the fog was thickest, where the darkness seemed to swallow everything whole. She tried to scream, but the words caught in her throat. And then, she saw it. A figure, cloaked in shadows, standing just ahead, barely visible through the haze. It was tall, too tall, its form shifting unnaturally, like it wasn't entirely real. Emma! The figure whispered. Her heart stopped. It knew her name. Whispers in the Fog, Part 2. Emma froze, her heart thudding in her chest, each beat painfully loud in her ears. The figure, tall and indistinct, loomed ahead of her, its shape flickering like a shadow caught in the wind. Her breath caught in her throat as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. There was something unnatural about it, something deeply wrong. It wasn't just the way it stood, motionless yet unnerving. It was the feeling of cold dread that seemed to radiate from it. Emma! The voice, a low murmur, echoed through the fog, reverberating in her skull. It was as if the sound was coming from everywhere, surrounding her, consuming her. She took a step back, but her legs felt heavy, as if the ground itself was pulling her in. The whispers had escalated, now a constant hum in her ears, weaving together into a single, unified sound, her name. What do you want? She choked out, her voice barely audible over the pounding of her heart. The figure didn't move at first. It was just a silhouette, its outline shifting like smoke, but there was something about its presence that sent a cold shiver up her spine. The air around her seemed to thicken, and the fog felt denser, pressing in on her from all sides. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Her mind was clouded with a strange dizziness. Come closer, Emma, the voice purred, this time unmistakably coming from the figure itself. The words felt like they were curling into her brain, worming their way into her thoughts, poisoning her will. But she didn't want to. Everything in her screamed to turn and run, to flee back to the safety of her cottage. But her body refused to obey. It was as if she was bound by invisible strings, tethered to the figure in the fog. No, I don't want to, she whispered, her voice trembling with fear. For a moment, there was silence. The fog hung still, almost as if holding its breath along with her. Then, slowly, the figure began to move, its limbs jerking unnaturally, like something trying to force its way into existence. The motion was wrong, not human, not anything she could understand. As the figure stepped forward, the fog shifted with it, revealing more of its twisted form. Emma gasped, her mind recoiling from what she saw. The figure was not truly a person, but a thing, something far older and darker than anything she could have imagined. Its body was a mass of shifting shadows, with vague, indistinct features, a face that flickered between human and something monstrous. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were pits of pure darkness, and as they locked onto hers, she felt an icy coldness seep into her bones, freezing her in place. It stepped closer, its presence overwhelming, the air thick with the stench of rot. "You shouldn't have come, Emma," it whispered, its voice now more sinister, dripping with malice. "But now that you have, you belong to us." Her chest tightened, and the air seemed to get even colder, as if the fog itself were alive, suffocating her. She wanted to scream, but no sound came. The words that had left her mouth before felt like they belonged to someone else, someone far braver than her. The figure reached out, its long, twisted fingers stretching toward her like claws. She could feel the pull, a magnetic force drawing her toward it, as though the very fog had a mind of its own and was working in tandem with whatever this thing was. Without thinking, Emma bolted. Her feet slammed into the earth, her breath ragged and desperate. She didn't know where she was going, didn't care, but all she knew was that she had to get away from it. The whispers followed her, rising in volume, echoing her every step. "Run, Emma," the voice laughed cruelly. "But you can't escape us. We are always here." The woods around her seemed to close in, the trees twisting unnaturally, their branches reaching down like skeletal arms, trying to catch her, to trap her. The fog thickened with each passing moment, and her vision blurred as she pushed forward, her legs aching from the frantic sprint. But no matter how fast she ran, no matter how many times she turned back to look over her shoulder, the figure was always there, following her with that same terrible presence. The whispers seemed to grow louder, more urgent, as if the very air was alive with its hunger. "No, no, no," she thought, her mind racing. "I need to get out of here." Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat more frantic than the last. Her thoughts were a tangled mess, filled with only one goal: escape. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, the path narrowing as the trees closed in around her. Her breath came in gasps, her vision growing dimmer with every passing second. But then, just as the fog seemed to close in on her completely, she saw something. A faint light, barely visible through the mist. It was a lantern, its soft glow flickering in the distance. Without thinking, Emma pushed herself toward it, stumbling over roots and fallen branches. She didn't care what it was, who it belonged to, she just needed something, anything, to guide her out of the woods. As she drew closer, she saw the silhouette of a person standing beside the lantern. It was a woman, draped in a long, tattered cloak. Her face was hidden in the shadows of her hood, but the soft light illuminated her pale hands, gripping the lantern tightly. "Help me!" Emma cried out, her voice shaking with desperation. The woman didn't move at first, standing motionless as if she hadn't heard Emma's plea. The air around her seemed to freeze, and the whispers in Emma's mind grew louder, a cacophony of voices all demanding her attention. But then, slowly, the woman raised her head. Her eyes glowed, not with warmth, but with something far colder, far more ancient. "You shouldn't have come," she said, her voice a soft, haunting whisper, the words almost lost in the fog. "But now you know what the fog wants." Emma stopped dead in her tracks, the words sinking into her like a weight. What do you mean?" she stammered, panic rising in her chest. The woman's lips twisted into a faint, sad smile, but there was no warmth in it. "The fog never forgets. It always takes." Whispers in the Fog, Part 3. Emma's heart skipped a beat as the woman's words echoed in her mind. The fog never forgets. It always takes. The sound of it vibrated in her chest like a dark omen. For a moment, Emma stood there, rooted to the spot. The woman in front of her was silent now, her eyes glimmering with an eerie, unnatural light that made Emma's blood run cold. Her heart was racing, a dull roar in her ears as the very weight of the fog seemed to close in, smothering everything around them. What do you mean?" Emma's voice cracked, barely able to get the words out. She wasn't sure if she was asking the woman or the air around her, thick with something that felt like dread. Her body was trembling, But there was something more now than just fear. Something was pulling at her, like an invisible force. The woman didn't answer right away. Instead, she took a step toward Emma, the lantern's soft glow casting strange shadows on her face. There was something ancient in the woman's eyes, something knowing, but also a kind of sadness. She looked as if she had seen centuries pass, as if time itself was something she had long ago lost touch with. "Do you know how long Greystone has been here?" the woman asked, her voice low, almost a whisper, but sharp as a blade. Emma opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. She shook her head, not understanding the question. The woman seemed to read her confusion, and with a slow, deliberate movement, she gestured toward the trees around them. "Greystone is older than you can imagine, older than any history books will tell you. It's built on something. Something that shouldn't be. And the fog, Emma." She trailed off for a moment, glancing toward the darkened woods, as if lost in a memory. "The fog is its servant. It carries its whispers, its hunger." Emma's mind raced, trying to piece together the woman's cryptic words. She had always known Greystone felt strange, like there was something buried beneath the earth, something hidden from the world. She had never imagined it was anything like this. "Is that what this is?" Emma asked, her voice barely a whisper. "A curse." The woman's eyes darkened, her lips pressing into a thin line. "It's more than that. Greystone was founded on a pact, a dark one that tied the people of this town to the fog, to what lies beneath it. For generations, the fog has been patient, waiting for the right time to claim what it is owed." Emma took a step back, her heart hammering in her chest. The whispers were growing louder now, almost unbearable. She could hear her name mixed in with the distant, disjointed voices, each one more urgent, more frantic than the last. It was as if the very fog were pulling at her, wanting her to give in. "Why me?" she asked, the question bursting from her lips before she could stop it. The woman seemed to hesitate, then gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. "Because you're the last of them. The last of the ones who made the pact." Emma's breath caught in her throat. She couldn't believe what the woman was saying. The last. What did she mean by that? Her mind was spinning, her thoughts tangled and scattered like leaves in a storm. She tried to step back, but the fog around her seemed to grow denser, wrapping around her like a web, making it harder to breathe, harder to move. "The fog is always hungry," the woman continued, her voice softening, almost regretful. "But it's not just hunger for the living. It hungers for the truth, for the souls of those who helped bring it here. It always takes, Emma, because that is the price. It never forgets. It never forgives." Emma's body trembled as the weight of the woman's words settled on her like a heavy, suffocating blanket. The fog was not just a natural phenomenon, not just a strange weather pattern. It was something much darker, something that had been waiting for the right time to claim its due. And now, that time had come. "Is there any way to stop it?" Emma whispered, her voice trembling with fear. The woman's expression grew somber. She took a step back, her gaze flickering toward the heart of the woods, where the fog was thickest. "There is a way," she said, her tone shifting, a hint of something like resignation in her voice. "But it will require a sacrifice." Emma's heart sank. "A sacrifice?" The woman nodded, her eyes narrowing. "Not all sacrifices are alike. Some can be small, some can be great. But one thing is certain, the price is always high." The fog around them seemed to shift, almost as if it were alive, its tendrils creeping toward Emma. She felt the coldness of it seep into her skin, the air around her growing heavier. The whispers were relentless now, filling her mind, drowning out everything else. "Sacrifice what?" Emma choked out, her breath shallow. The woman paused, her eyes meeting Emma's with an intensity that seemed to pierce right through her. "Sacrifice the truth, sacrifice yourself, or sacrifice someone else. The fog takes, and it always takes what it is owed." A wave of nausea hit Emma. The thought of giving up herself, her very essence, was unbearable. But the idea of sacrificing someone else, someone she loved, was even worse. Her mind flashed to memories of her family, her friends, the people she had known all her life. She couldn't bear the thought of condemning any of them. But before she could voice her fear, the woman stepped forward, her face growing grim. "You don't have a choice. The fog has already claimed you, Emma. It's waiting." Emma opened her mouth to protest, to argue, but the words died on her lips. She felt a presence behind her, something cold and dark and growing closer. She spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. The figure was back. The same tall, shadowy silhouette that had stalked her earlier was now standing at the edge of the clearing, its shape flickering in and out of existence like a dying flame. The fog swirled around it, alive with a hunger that made Emma's skin crawl. It stepped closer, its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, gleaming in the dim light. The whispers returned, louder now, more insistent. "Come," it whispered, its voice like dry leaves scraping across stone. "It is time." Emma wanted to scream, wanted to run, but the air was thick and heavy, making it impossible to move. The woman beside her was silent now, her eyes lowered, as if she had already accepted the inevitability of what was about to happen. Emma's pulse raced. She couldn't run. She couldn't hide. The fog was closing in, and there was no escaping it. "Help me," she whispered, turning to the woman, her voice raw with desperation. The woman's eyes flickered to hers, and for a moment, Emma thought she saw a flicker of something, regret perhaps? But then the woman spoke, her voice barely a breath in the suffocating silence. "There is no escaping it now. The fog will take what it is owed." Whispers in the Fog, Part 4. Emma's breath came in shallow gasps, her hands shaking as she looked toward the dark figure standing at the edge of the clearing. The whispers had grown so loud, so overwhelming, that they filled her head entirely. She could hear her name being called from every direction, as if the very fog itself was alive with voices, longing, pleading, demanding. And the figure, it was no longer just an outline in the mist. It had become something more solid, more real, its dark silhouette stretching unnaturally tall, like a shadow cast by something monstrous. Emma could see its shape now, and the dread that flooded her heart nearly crippled her. It was a creature. No, a thing, whose very presence seemed to suck the warmth from the air, leaving only a biting, unnatural cold. The woman beside her remained silent, her face a mask of resignation. She looked at Emma with eyes that seemed to carry centuries of sorrow, as if she knew this moment was inevitable. Emma opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat. The fear, the realization of what was happening, choked her. The figure took a step forward. The ground beneath its feet seemed to tremble, as though the very earth was recoiling from its touch. And then, it spoke. "Come, Emma," it said, its voice deep, a slow rasp that seemed to crawl into her skin and twist in her bones. "Come closer. You have no place left to run." The words sent a wave of icy terror through Emma's chest. She couldn't move. She couldn't even breathe. "Please, no," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the whispers that clawed at her mind. The fog had grown so thick around them now, she could barely see the woman beside her anymore, as if the mist was swallowing everything whole, pulling it into an endless void. "I don't want this. I don't want to be part of this." The figure didn't respond to her plea. It just stood there, watching her with those hollow, soulless eyes. The fog swirled around it like a cloak, and Emma felt herself being drawn to it. No, compelled to it, as if some unseen force was making her feet move, forcing her body toward the creature. The woman next to her stepped back into the fog, disappearing into the mist without a word, her form fading like a shadow. Emma's head snapped toward her, but the woman was gone, leaving only an eerie silence in her wake. Emma felt the cold seep deeper into her skin, chilling her bones. She wanted to scream, wanted to run, but her body felt like it belonged to something else, something more ancient and twisted. The whispers grew louder, every breath, every step she took drawing her closer to the figure. "Don't fight it," the thing said again, its voice now a low, mocking murmur. "The fog always takes what is owed." and it has claimed you. With every word, the fog closed in tighter, wrapping around her, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into the woods. Her knees trembled, her mind a haze of fear and confusion. She wanted to escape, but the fog had become a prison, and the figure was the warden. It reached out then, one long, shadowy hand extending toward her. The air grew colder still, and Emma's body froze as the creature's fingers brushed against her skin. A shock of cold shot through her, a pain so intense that she gasped in shock. Her body trembled violently, every muscle locked in place. Then, everything went still. The figure stepped back, its form flickering in and out like a fading image on a television screen. The mist began to part just enough for Emma to see the ground beneath her feet, the trees around her, but it felt as though the world had changed. The woods seemed darker now, the shadows more sinister. There was a sense of pressure, as if the very air was heavy with unseen weight, like the fog was an entity in itself, waiting for something to break. What do you want from me?" Emma finally managed to force out, her voice hoarse, barely a whisper. She was desperate, the weight of the situation sinking into her chest like a stone. The figure didn't answer right away. Instead, it tilted its head, as if considering her words, before speaking again, its voice laced with cold amusement. "What do you think we want, Emma?" it asked, its tone dark and deliberate. "You are the one we seek." Emma's mind spun. The fog? This thing? The pact? The woman had said it was about the pact, about sacrifice. But now, in this moment, she could barely piece the fragments of the truth together. She was part of it all, whether she liked it or not. "No," she breathed, shaking her head violently. "No, this can't be real. I don't belong here. I don't belong to the fog." The figure's mouth twisted into something like a grin, and it spoke again. "You were born for this. All the people of Greystone were born for it. Your ancestors made the pact, and now you will fulfill it. Your blood binds you, Emma. You are the last of them, the last to take their place." Emma's stomach turned at the revelation. Her blood. Her family. The sacrifice. "No!" she screamed, her voice cutting through the stillness, the terror and defiance rising in her chest like fire. "I will not." The figure's form seemed to distort, its shape flickering like a dying flame. "You have no choice," it hissed. "You will give what is owed. Whether it is your soul or someone else's, it makes no difference. The fog will claim what is due." Suddenly, the fog began to pulse, thickening and swirling as if alive. The whispers were louder now, deafening, and Emma felt them seep into her skin, into her mind. She tried to fight them, tried to shut them out, but they were relentless. "Help!" she whispered to no one, desperate now. "Someone, help!" But it was no use. There was no one left. The creature before her stepped closer once more, its hand reaching out with terrible slowness, the fog clinging to its fingers like something alive. Emma felt the air grow heavy again, suffocating her as the thing reached for her heart. "Time is up, Emma." The fog seemed to recoil from Emma, as if it could feel the change in her. The whispers, once deafening and overwhelming, quieted to a distant murmur, like a fading storm on the horizon. The pressure in the air lightened, though the oppressive cold still lingered, clinging to her skin like an unwanted coat. The creature, however, stood its ground, its form flickering in the shifting mist like a shadow desperate to hold its shape. "You cannot defeat what you do not understand," it sneered, its voice once again low and dangerous, the rasp of its words like a knife scraping across stone. Emma's heart pounded in her chest, but now, the fear had shifted. There was no more panic, no more feeling of helplessness. Now there was only clarity, the sharp, piercing clarity of someone who had just realized the truth. She wasn't powerless. She wasn't trapped. The whispers had lied to her, had fed on her fear. And now, she was no longer afraid. The darkness that surrounded her wasn't just the fog. It was the creature. It was the pact. It was all the years of suffering, all the lives that had been taken before her, all the sacrifices made by those who had walked the same path. And for too long, That shadow had controlled the story, determined who lived and who died, who was bound to the fog. But Emma wasn't going to let it end that way. "I understand more than you think," she said, her voice steady, almost defiant now. "I understand that I have a choice, and I choose to end this." For a moment, the creature's form flickered, a ripple of confusion crossing its expression, if it could even be called that. The fog, which had been thick and oppressive, began to retreat further still, its swirling tendrils unraveling, dissipating as if caught in a strong wind. "You think you can stop it?" the figure hissed, its eyes narrowing into thin slits. "This is beyond you, beyond anyone. The fog demands what is owed." Emma's breath was even now, her every step purposeful, each movement more certain than the last. Her heart, though still racing, was filled not with terror, but with an odd sense of purpose. She reached out, her hand trembling as it touched the cold, clammy air around her. But this time, the mist did not recoil, it didn't sting or freeze her skin. Instead, it seemed to hesitate, as though it, too, recognized the shift. "You've been using fear as your weapon for too long," she said quietly, but with a force that made the words carry. "But fear is just a tool, and I'm not afraid of you anymore." The creature's form wavered, its grotesque figure twisting as if the very essence of its being was unsteady, rattled by her defiance. The fog surged forward suddenly, attempting to drown her once more, but Emma stood firm, holding her ground as if the air around her were a shield. And then, something strange began to happen. The whispers, the very ones that had tortured her thoughts, began to change. Instead of their clawing, insistent voices, there came a strange clarity, a soft hum in the air, a different kind of energy. She felt the stirring of something old within her, something connected to the land, to her family, to the very fabric of the pact. It wasn't a curse. It was a connection. She could feel her ancestors' presence, their long-gone voices now in harmony, not demanding sacrifice but offering a choice. They weren't trapped in the fog. They had become part of it, part of the cycle. And now, Emma was being asked to make her own decision, her own place in this ancient tale. "I am not them," Emma said, her voice stronger now. "I will not be the last sacrifice. I will end this." The figure lunged forward then, but it was slower, as though weighed down by something heavy. Emma raised her hand, the very air around her thick with the energy she had tapped into. She could feel the fog trying to force its way back, but she held it at bay. The creature's form screamed in fury, the screech echoing in her mind like nails on a chalkboard. "You are nothing. You are a pawn in a game you cannot win." Emma stood tall, her eyes locked onto the creature's, her voice steady as she whispered, "Not anymore." She reached deep within herself, tapping into that ancient energy, the connection that had always been there, buried beneath layers of fear and confusion. The fog writhed and twisted, the whispers loud and chaotic, but Emma's will was stronger. She could feel the pull of her ancestors, their presence guiding her, urging her on. With a final, decisive motion, Emma thrust her hands forward, and the fog that had once been her prison shattered. The creature screamed one last time, a terrible wail that seemed to rip through the very fabric of the forest, before it was swallowed by the expanding light. The mist dissipated, and the woods fell silent. Emma stood alone in the clearing, the air around her still and heavy, but no longer oppressive. The fog was gone, and with it, the creature. She could feel the weight of the pact, of the centuries of suffering and sacrifice, falling away, leaving only the quiet, the peace, the clarity of her choice. It was over. Whispers in the Fog, Part 6. The clearing was still. The thick mist, once a suffocating blanket, had vanished as if it had never existed. The trees, their gnarled branches casting long, dark shadows, stood tall and unmoving, like silent sentinels guarding the space around her. The eerie pressure that had weighed on Emma's chest for so long was gone, but something else remained, something that couldn't be shaken off so easily. The forest around her seemed to be holding its breath, as if it, too, was uncertain of what came next. Emma stood in the center of the clearing, her feet planted firmly in the soil, as though she were the only thing holding the world together. Her heart still raced, though the terror she had felt moments before had shifted. There was no relief, only the quiet hum of an ancient power that lingered, coiled deep inside her. For a long time, she simply stood there, her breath steadying with each passing second, as if she were waiting for something more, something that had yet to come. But nothing moved. The air was heavy with silence. And then, a voice broke through it. Not the low, rasping voice of the creature, but a gentle one, soft yet laden with centuries of wisdom and sorrow. "You have done it," the voice said, echoing around her, reverberating through the trees and the very earth beneath her feet. "But the question remains, what will you do now, Emma?" Her heart skipped a beat, her mind racing as the weight of the question settled over her like a shroud. She was still standing in the clearing, but the world felt different now, thicker, more alive with something she couldn't name. I don't know," she whispered, her voice rough. "I didn't want this. I just wanted to escape it. I wanted to be free." The voice was soft but unyielding. "Freedom is not something given. It is something earned." Emma closed her eyes, trying to process the words. The fog had been vanquished, the creature banished. She should have felt victorious, but there was a lingering doubt, a whisper of uncertainty at the edges of her thoughts. "Then what happens now?" Emma asked, her voice trembling with both resolve and fear. "The pact is broken. I did what I had to do." "Yes," the voice agreed, though it carried a note of sadness. "But the pact was never just about the fog or the creature. It was about something deeper. The bloodline, the promise, the burden your ancestors carried." The voice paused, the silence stretching, as if contemplating something it did not wish to share. "You are the last of them, Emma. The last to stand in the space between the worlds of the living and the dead." Emma's pulse quickened. The weight of her ancestors' legacy, which had once felt like a distant myth, now seemed terrifyingly real. "I don't want to be the last," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't want to be bound to this. I don't want to carry this burden anymore." "And yet, you have carried it all your life," the voice replied, its tone tinged with both compassion and something more. "Your blood is the last key to unlocking what has been sealed for centuries. The choice you made, the one you fought for, did not come without consequence. The fog will no longer claim you, Emma. But what of the other shadows, the things left behind?" "What do you mean?" Emma asked, her throat dry. The weight of what the voice was saying was starting to press in on her chest again, suffocating her. "You have freed yourself," the voice began. "But what of those who have been left behind? The souls, the lost ones, the ones who were sacrificed long before you. They still linger here. The fog is not just a force, it is the keeper of all that has been taken. And now that it has been cast out, what will you do with them?" Emma's stomach churned. The thought of what had been hidden in the fog, the souls of the lost, the cries of those who had been trapped for generations, filled her with dread. She hadn't even considered that. "What do you mean, what will I do with them?" she asked, her voice shaky. "I don't know how to fix this. How can I undo what has been done?" "You cannot undo it," the voice replied gently. "But you can choose how to move forward. The fog was never just a prison. It was a prison for the past as much as for the living. Now, the past is free. And so, too, are you." Emma took a step back, her mind reeling. The idea that she was connected to something so much larger than herself, something older than time, was overwhelming. The fog, the pact, the whispers in the night. It was all part of something ancient, something that had shaped the lives of her ancestors. But could she truly be free of it? Or was she forever tied to its legacy? "Will they haunt me?" Emma asked, her voice low with fear. "The souls. Will I carry them with me for the rest of my life?" The voice fell silent for a moment, before answering in a way that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "Some things cannot be erased, Emma, but you will not carry them alone. You will find those who walk with you, those who have already faced the darkness. They, too, have been touched by the same forces. You will not be the only one." Emma's mind struggled to make sense of the cryptic words. What did that mean? Find those who walk with you. Before she could ask another question, a rustling sound in the underbrush made her turn her head sharply. A figure emerged from the shadows, one she recognized. It was the woman who had stood beside her before, the one who had disappeared into the fog, leaving Emma to face the creature alone. But now, the woman's expression was different. It was not one of resignation, but of resolve. "Emma," the woman said softly, her voice warm despite the cold that still clung to the air. "You have done what few could even imagine. But your journey is far from over." "Who are you?" Emma asked, her voice trembling, but her curiosity pushing her forward. "What is this? What happens now?" The woman smiled, though there was a sadness in her eyes. "I am the last of the Watchers, those who stood as guardians, as witnesses, to the pact. I did not make it. I did not create it. But I have lived through it, watched the lives of countless generations disappear into the fog." "The Watchers," Emma repeated, her voice distant. "And you think I can change it? End it all?" The woman nodded, her eyes unwavering. "Not all at once. But you can begin. There are others, Emma. Others who have been touched by the fog, just as you have. You are not the first to carry this burden, and you won't be the last." Emma looked at the woman, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fall into place. "You want me to find them, don't you?" The woman's smile widened, though it was faint. "Yes. They are scattered, hidden in the places where the fog has touched. Some of them are lost like you were. Others, like me, have fought against the darkness. Together, you can begin to undo what has been done. But be warned, there are those who will stop you. The fog does not release its grip easily." "I won't stop," Emma said, her voice firm now. "I'm not running from this anymore." The woman nodded, her expression proud. "Then go. Find the others. And remember, Emma, this journey is not just about facing the past. It's about creating a new future. A future where the fog can no longer bind us." Emma's gaze shifted to the woods around her, her mind filled with questions. But one thing was clear: the fight had only just begun. With one last look at the woman, Emma turned, her footsteps steady as she walked into the unknown, the weight of her ancestors' legacy heavy on her shoulders, but her heart fine. Whispers in the Fog, Part 7. The forest felt different now. Every step Emma took, the earth beneath her feet seemed to pulse with something ancient, a rhythm she could almost feel in her bones. The air was heavy, though not with fog, but with expectation. It was as though the trees themselves were watching her, aware of the path she was now walking. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the underbrush, the world growing darker with every minute. She didn't know where to start. The woman, the last of the Watchers, had left her with more questions than answers, but the message was clear. There were others like her, others touched by the fog, and those others would be the key to everything. But how would she find them? She had no idea where to begin. All she knew was that the fog had been a prison, a place where the lost souls were held. Some had been born into it, like her, their families bound by the pact. Others had stumbled into it unknowingly, lost travelers or curious wanderers who had paid the price for their curiosity. Emma wasn't sure how the others were connected to the fog, or how they might be able to help her break free from it entirely. But she was certain of one thing: she couldn't do this alone. The thought of the creature still haunted her. It had felt so real, so terrifying. It had tried to claim her, her blood, her soul, just as it had done to her ancestors before her. But she had stood up to it. She had broken the chain. And now, she had to make sure it didn't return. A rustling sound snapped Emma out of her thoughts. She froze, her senses alert. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the whispering wind through the trees. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, but she saw nothing, only shadows creeping across the forest floor, stretching as the last of the daylight faded. She took a cautious step forward. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. "Emma!" Her heart skipped a beat. The voice was soft but familiar, one she hadn't heard since her childhood. She turned toward it, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Anna," she whispered. Her voice cracked with the name, unsure whether this was a hallucination or something more. Standing before her was Anna, her childhood friend, the girl who had vanished into the mist years ago. The girl who Emma had believed to be lost forever. Anna looked just as she had when Emma last saw her, a faint smile on her face, though her eyes held something darker, a deep sadness, an understanding that only time could bring. "Anna, you're alive?" Emma asked, her voice trembling, filled with both joy and terror. "How?" Anna shook her head slowly. "Alive? Perhaps. But not in the way you think. I have been lost to the fog, like so many before me. Like you were. But you escaped it. You're different now. You have broken the cycle." Emma took a step closer, her breath catching in her throat. "But how? What happened to you? Where have you been all this time?" Anna's gaze softened, but her expression remained distant, as though she were seeing something beyond Emma, something she couldn't quite touch. "I have been here," Anna said, her voice low. "Trapped in the space between. The fog never truly lets go. It holds on to its victims, even when they don't realize it. Even after they've crossed over, it continues to pull them in, to keep them tied to the past." Emma's mind raced. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to form, but they didn't make sense. Anna hadn't been taken by the fog when she disappeared. She had simply vanished, one moment there, the next, gone. Now, she stood before Emma, looking different, as though something about her had changed, something that wasn't entirely human. "Anna, you're not." Emma struggled to find the right words. "You're not really here, are you?" Anna smiled, but it was a sad smile, the kind that held a deep understanding. "No, I'm not. I'm something else now, a shadow of what I once was. The fog doesn't just take lives, it consumes them. It wears them down until all that's left is a whisper. But when it touches you, when you're pulled into it, you become part of the cycle. You, Emma, are not free of it. You only think you are." The weight of her words hit Emma like a punch to the stomach. "You mean, I'm still connected to it? Even though the creature's gone? Even though I broke the pact?" Anna nodded solemnly. "Yes. You've escaped the creature. You've broken the fog's hold on you, for now. But the cycle, it's not so simple. The fog was never just about the creature. It was about something much older, something that binds the living to the dead. And now that you've broken the pact, you've become part of the new cycle. You will have to face the consequences." Emma's heart pounded in her chest. "What consequences? What does that mean for me? For anyone who's ever been touched by the fog?" Anna's gaze darkened. "It means that you are now part of something larger, something that has been written into the world's very fabric. The fog doesn't let go easily. It has claimed more than just your bloodline. It has claimed the souls of those who have died, those who have sacrificed themselves. And when the pact is broken, those souls are freed. They will roam, searching for what was taken from them." Emma's throat tightened. "What does that mean for me, Anna? What do I have to do?" Anna took a step forward, her voice growing quieter, more urgent. "You must find the others. The ones who, like you, have been marked by the fog. They will have answers, but more than that, they will help you understand the choices you must make. You cannot undo what's been done, but you can change what happens next. You can end the cycle, Emma, but you must be willing to face the darkness within yourself." I don't understand," Emma said, her mind swirling. "What do you mean, face the darkness? What am I supposed to do?" "You must confront what has been left behind," Anna replied, her voice becoming strained. "The fog is not just a force. It is a place of memories, a place where souls are trapped. They must be freed, Emma. And you are the one who has the power to release them. But you must do it before it's too late." "Before what's too late?" The fog will not wait. It will return, Anna said, her eyes growing distant. And when it does, it will claim those who have not yet found peace. It will find them all, those who were lost, those who sacrificed, those who are marked by the pact. It will rise again, and it will bring with it the darkness that will consume everything. Emma's breath caught in her throat. Her hands trembled as the weight of what Anna was telling her began to sink in. She wasn't free. The fog had not disappeared. It had simply retreated for a time. And now, it was her responsibility to find a way to end the cycle. To make sure the souls that had been trapped by the fog could finally be set free. Anna's form flickered, her outline growing hazy as though she were slowly fading away. "You must hurry," she whispered, her voice echoing in Emma's mind. "Find the others, before it's too late." With that, Anna vanished into the mist once again, leaving Emma standing alone in the darkness, the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders. For a long moment, Emma didn't move. She felt the loss of her friend, if that's what Anna still was, a loss that was sharp and painful. But she also felt something else, a surge of purpose. The fog had claimed too many lives, and now it was time to take them back. Whispers in the Fog, Part 8. Emma stood alone in the clearing, her heart still racing, the soft echo of Anna's words reverberating in her mind. The forest, which had once felt familiar, now seemed foreign and ominous. The light had nearly faded completely, leaving only a dim twilight, the trees stretching up like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. The air was thick with the scent of earth, and the faintest trace of the fog still lingered at the edges of her vision, curling like smoke in the dying light. She couldn't stay here. There was no time to waste. Anna's warning had been clear. The fog would return, and she couldn't let that happen. Not again. The lives that had been lost to it, her ancestors, Anna, the countless others, she had to do something. She had no choice but to face what was left behind, to confront the darkness and finally put an end to the cycle. But how? She turned toward the trees, her footsteps slow at first, each one heavy with uncertainty. She didn't know where to go. She didn't know who the others were, or how she would even find them. The fog had scattered, leaving her with nothing but the knowledge that the answers were out there, waiting for her. As she walked through the darkening woods, the echoes of Anna's words tugged at her. The fog is not just a force. It is a place of memories, a place where souls are trapped. They must be freed, Emma. She could still feel the weight of the pact on her, an invisible tether tying her to the fog, even though she had broken free of the creature. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot. She had to find the others. The journey ahead was long, and the unknown stretched before her like a shadow, ready to consume her at any moment. Her mind raced with thoughts of what she had to do, who she had to find. She couldn't afford to think of the dangers. She couldn't afford to falter. With every step, Emma felt the forest around her growing quieter, the sounds of the night fading away until all that remained was the steady thrum of her heartbeat. It was as if the very air had stilled, holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. The path ahead was cloaked in shadows, the trees thick and dark, but Emma pressed on, the cold air biting at her skin. The hours passed. The forest seemed endless, and the darkness closed in around her like a thick blanket. She didn't know how long she had been walking. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the stars above seemed too distant, too far away to offer any comfort. She stopped for a moment, leaning against a tree to catch her breath. Her legs ached, and the weight of the journey was starting to settle in her bones. The eerie quiet of the forest pressed on her, suffocating her thoughts. She could still feel the pull of the fog, the shadows that clung to the edges of her consciousness, reminding her of what was at stake. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. "You're lost, aren't you?" Emma whipped around, her heart leaping into her throat. There, standing in the moonlight, was a figure. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair and a face that seemed strangely familiar. His eyes, however, were the most striking thing about him. Pale, almost too pale, with a glint of something ancient and knowing in them. "Who are you?" Emma demanded, her voice sharp. She wasn't in the mood for surprises. She didn't need more mysteries. The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. His smile was thin, almost calculating. "My name is Elijah," he said softly, his voice carrying an almost melodic quality. "And you, Emma, are not as lost as you think. Not anymore." Emma's mind raced. There was something about this man, something that made her skin crawl, something she couldn't quite place. She took a step back, instinctively preparing for whatever might come next. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice colder now. "I don't have time for this." Elijah tilted his head, studying her with a curious expression. "Time," he mused. "That's an interesting concept. You think you have time, don't you? But time is a funny thing. It doesn't always work the way you think it does." Emma didn't answer. She didn't trust this man. Something about him felt wrong, like he was too much of an enigma to be harmless. She could feel the fog tugging at the edges of her mind, and she had no intention of letting it control her again. "I know what you're doing," Elijah continued, stepping closer. "You're trying to undo what's been done, to break the cycle, to free the souls. But you can't. It's already too late for that." Emma's heart skipped a beat. "What are you talking about?" she demanded. "I can't just give up. I won't." Elijah's gaze darkened, the faintest flicker of something darker passing through his eyes. "You think you can rewrite the past? You think you can change what's already been set in motion? The pact was never just about the creature. It was about balance. Sacrifice. The fog doesn't just take, it gives. And now you've broken that balance. You're playing with forces you don't understand, Emma. And they will come for you." Emma's pulse quickened, and she took another step back. "I'll face whatever comes. I have to. I can't let this continue." Elijah's lips curled into a knowing smile. "You're brave, I'll give you that. But bravery doesn't always lead to victory. Sometimes it leads to ruin." "Then I'll face ruin," Emma replied firmly. "I won't stop." The man's smile faded. For the briefest moment, there was something almost sad in his expression. "You'll need more than courage, Emma," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You'll need allies. You'll need strength. And right now, you're on your own." Emma felt a chill crawl down her spine. She didn't trust him, not for a second, but there was something in his words that struck a chord. He was right about one thing. She couldn't do this alone. "I'm not alone," she said through gritted teeth. "I'll find the others. I won't let the fog win." Elijah chuckled softly, as though amused by her defiance. "We'll see," he murmured. "We'll see." Without another word, he turned and disappeared into the trees, leaving Emma standing there, her heart racing, her mind in turmoil. The words he had spoken echoed in her thoughts. "You'll need more than courage." The weight of his warning hung in the air, as oppressive as the fog had once been. Emma didn't know who he was or what his true intentions were, but one thing was certain: the journey ahead was going to be even more dangerous than she had thought. The fog wasn't just something that haunted the past. It was a force, something alive and far more insidious than she had realized. She had to find the others. And she had to be ready to face whatever darkness awaited her. Whispers in the Fog, Part 9. The air was cold, even for the late autumn evening. Emma wrapped her arms tightly around herself, trying to shake the chill that had settled deep into her bones. Elijah's words haunted her like a shadow, lingering even as the forest around her grew quiet again. She hadn't expected the encounter to leave her so unsettled, but something about him, his calm, his certainty, had struck a chord, a thread of doubt woven into her mind. The path ahead felt even darker now, not just because of the growing nightfall, but because of the questions Elijah had raised. Could she really rewrite the past? Could she change the course of events that had shaped her family and her fate? She didn't have the answers. But what she did know was that she couldn't stop. She couldn't go back to the fog, not now, not ever. And there was no way she would allow it to claim more innocent souls. She had to finish what she started, no matter the cost. Emma took a steadying breath and continued walking. She couldn't afford to stop. Elijah had been right about one thing: she was alone. There were no allies here, not yet. She couldn't rely on the mysterious figure who had appeared out of nowhere. No, she had to find the others, the ones who had been marked by the fog just as she had, the ones who had been touched by this strange, ancient curse. Her mind wandered back to Anna, the last of the Watchers. Had she been truly lost, as she had claimed? Or was there more to her story, something Emma didn't yet understand? The thought of her friend, caught between the living and the dead, filled Emma with an odd sense of dread. Could Anna still be saved? Or was she beyond redemption, a mere echo of the girl she had once known? Shaking off the thoughts, Emma pushed onward, determined to find her answers. The forest stretched endlessly around her, each shadow darker than the last. The trees closed in, their thick branches twisting above her, blocking out the last vestiges of daylight. The wind howled through the leaves, carrying with it an unsettling whisper that sent a shiver down her spine. She hadn't realized how much time had passed when she suddenly heard it. Footsteps. The unmistakable sound of someone walking in the forest behind her. Emma spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. But there was no one there. Just the forest. She frowned, her senses tingling with a sense of something watching her. She stood still, straining her ears, but the only sound was the wind and the rustling of the trees. For a moment, she wondered if it was just her imagination, the stress of the journey beginning to take its toll. But then she heard it again. Footsteps, slower this time, deliberate. She froze, her pulse racing. She wasn't alone. The sound grew louder, coming closer. Emma's breath caught in her throat, and instinctively, she took a step back. Her hands reached for the small knife she carried at her side, though she knew it wouldn't offer much protection against whatever this was. The footsteps stopped. Emma! The voice was soft, familiar, but distorted, echoing through the trees. Her heart skipped a beat. She recognized that voice. Anna! She called, though her voice wavered. Is that you? There was no answer. She waited for a few more moments, the silence stretching, broken only by the eerie howl of the wind. And then, out of the mist, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Anna, or at least, it looked like her. But there was something off, something not quite right about the way she moved. The woman who stood before Emma now had the same features, the same face, but her eyes. Those eyes weren't the eyes Emma remembered. They were dark, hollow, empty, like pits of endless night. Anna! Emma repeated, but the figure did not respond. It simply stood there, unmoving, watching her with that hollow gaze. Please, Emma whispered, stepping forward, though she felt her heart flutter uneasily in her chest. Please, speak to me. What happened to you? The woman's lips twisted into a smile, but it wasn't Anna's smile. It was something colder, more sinister. You still don't understand, do you, Emma? The figure said, its voice like the wind, distant and fractured. The fog doesn't just claim souls. It keeps them. Forever. Emma took a step back, her body suddenly rigid with fear. What do you mean? She demanded. What are you trying to tell me? The figure tilted its head, the smile never faltering. I'm not her. Not anymore. Anna is gone. The fog claimed her long ago, just as it claimed you. The cycle never ends, Emma. Not for the living. Not for the dead. Emma's heart thudded painfully in her chest. No, she whispered, shaking her head. You're wrong. I broke the cycle. The pact is broken. I freed myself. You freed yourself, the figure interrupted, its voice rising in volume, becoming almost mocking. But the fog doesn't release its grip so easily. It's been here for centuries, Emma. It's woven into the very fabric of this land. You can't escape it. Not really. The wind picked up, swirling around them as the mist began to creep back in, the edges of the clearing growing blurry and indistinct. Emma's breath caught in her throat as the fog began to wrap around the figure, engulfing it. making it shift and distort like a shadow in a dream. "This is not over," the figure continued, its voice now a haunting whisper. "This is only the beginning." The figure was lost to the mist, disappearing from sight. Emma stood frozen, her heart pounding in her ears. The realization was dawning on her like a heavy weight settling in her chest. The fog wasn't just a prison. It wasn't just something that took. It was a force that consumed, a cycle that had lasted far longer than she could understand. And she was part of it now. Her hands clenched into fists, her jaw set with determination. She had to break the cycle. She couldn't allow this darkness to continue, to claim more souls like Anna's, like the countless others lost to the fog. She couldn't do this alone. The thought struck her like a thunderclap. She had to find the others, the ones who had been marked by the fog. Those who could help her understand this strange curse. Together, they might have the strength to face what was coming. But where could she begin? The forest felt endless, and the fog was already closing in around her once again. "Please," Emma whispered into the night, the fog curling around her like a living thing. "Please, let me find them." Whispers in the Fog, Part 9. The air was cold, even for the late autumn evening. Emma wrapped her arms tightly around herself, trying to shake the chill that had settled deep into her bones. Elijah's words haunted her like a shadow, lingering even as the forest around her grew quiet again. She hadn't expected the encounter to leave her so unsettled, but something about him, his calm, his certainty, had struck a chord, a thread of doubt woven into her mind. The path ahead felt even darker now, not just because of the growing nightfall, but because of the questions Elijah had raised. Could she really rewrite the past? Could she change the course of events that had shaped her family and her fate? She didn't have the answers. But what she did know was that she couldn't stop. She couldn't go back to the fog, not now, not ever. And there was no way she would allow it to claim more innocent souls. She had to finish what she started, no matter the cost. Emma took a steadying breath and continued walking. She couldn't afford to stop. Elijah had been right about one thing. She was alone. There were no allies here, not yet. She couldn't rely on the mysterious figure who had appeared out of nowhere. No, she had to find the others, the ones who had been marked by the fog just as she had. The ones who had been touched by this strange, ancient curse. Her mind wandered back to Anna, the last of the Watchers. Had she been truly lost, as she had claimed? Or was there more to her story, something Emma didn't yet understand? The thought of her friend, caught between the living and the dead, filled Emma with an odd sense of dread. Could Anna still be saved? Or was she beyond redemption, a mere echo of the girl she had once known? Shaking off the thoughts, Emma pushed onward, determined to find her answers. The forest stretched endlessly around her, each shadow darker than the last. The trees closed in, their thick branches twisting above her, blocking out the last vestiges of daylight. The wind howled through the leaves, carrying with it an unsettling whisper that sent a shiver down her spine. She hadn't realized how much time had passed when she suddenly heard it. Footsteps. The unmistakable sound of someone walking in the forest behind her. Emma spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. But there was no one there. Just the forest. She frowned, her senses tingling with a sense of something watching her. She stood still, straining her ears, but the only sound was the wind and the rustling of the trees. For a moment, she wondered if it was just her imagination, the stress of the journey beginning to take its toll. But then she heard it again. Footsteps, slower this time, deliberate. She froze, her pulse racing. She wasn't alone. The sound grew louder, coming closer. Emma's breath caught in her throat, and instinctively, she took a step back. Her hands reached for the small knife she carried at her side, though she knew it wouldn't offer much protection against whatever this was. The footsteps stopped. "Emma!" The voice was soft, familiar, but distorted, echoing through the trees. Her heart skipped a beat. She recognized that voice. "Anna!" she called, though her voice wavered. "Is that you?" There was no answer. She waited for a few more moments, the silence stretching, broken only by the eerie howl of the wind. And then, out of the mist, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Anna, or at least, it looked like her. But there was something off, something not quite right about the way she moved. The woman who stood before Emma now had the same features, the same face, but her eyes. Those eyes weren't the eyes Emma remembered. They were dark, hollow, empty, like pits of endless night. Anna, Emma repeated, but the figure did not respond. It simply stood there, unmoving, watching her with that hollow gaze. "Please," Emma whispered, stepping forward, though she felt her heart flutter uneasily in her chest. "Please, speak to me. What happened to you?" The woman's lips twisted into a smile, but it wasn't Anna's smile. It was something colder, more sinister. "You still don't understand, do you, Emma?" the figure said, its voice like the wind, distant and fractured. "The fog doesn't just claim souls. It keeps them. Forever." Emma took a step back, her body suddenly rigid with fear. "What do you mean?" she demanded. "What are you trying to tell me?" The figure tilted its head, the smile never faltering. "I'm not her. Not anymore. Anna is gone. The fog claimed her long ago, just as it claimed you. The cycle never ends, Emma. Not for the living. Not for the dead." Emma's heart thudded painfully in her chest. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "You're wrong. I broke the cycle. The pact is broken. I freed myself. You freed yourself," the figure interrupted, its voice rising in volume, becoming almost mocking. "But the fog doesn't release its grip so easily. It's been here for centuries, Emma. It's woven into the very fabric of this land. You can't escape it. Not really." The wind picked up, swirling around them as the mist began to creep back in, the edges of the clearing growing blurry and indistinct. Emma's breath caught in her throat as the fog began to wrap around the figure, engulfing it, making it shift and distort like a shadow in a dream. "This is not over," the figure continued, its voice now a haunting whisper. "This is only the beginning." The figure was lost to the mist, disappearing from sight. Emma stood frozen, her heart pounding in her ears. The realization was dawning on her like a heavy weight settling in her chest. The fog wasn't just a prison. It wasn't just something that took. It was a force that consumed, a cycle that had lasted far longer than she could understand. And she was part of it now. Her hands clenched into fists, her jaw set with determination. She had to break the cycle. She couldn't allow this darkness to continue, to claim more souls like Anna's, like the countless others lost to the fog. She couldn't do this alone. The thought struck her like a thunderclap. She had to find the others, the ones who had been marked by the fog. Those who could help her understand this strange curse. Together, they might have the strength to face what was coming. But where could she begin? The forest felt endless, and the fog was already closing in around her once again. "Please," Emma whispered into the night, the fog curling around her like a living thing. "Please, let me find them." Whispers in the Fog, Part 10. The fog was thickening again, creeping along the forest floor like a living thing. It curled around Emma's legs, wrapping her in its chilling embrace as she stood frozen in the clearing, the echo of the figure's words still ringing in her ears. "The cycle never ends." The thought gnawed at her, biting deep into her soul. She had believed she was free. She had thought that breaking the pact, banishing the creature from her world, was the end of it, that she could finally escape the fog, leave the ghosts of the past behind. But now, she wasn't so sure. The fog was returning, its insidious fingers creeping through the trees, pulling her deeper into its grasp. The figure that had appeared, Anna, or what remained of her, had been a chilling reminder that this wasn't just about the creature. It wasn't just about the fog's suffocating presence, or the pact made by her ancestors. This was something more, something older. The fog was not merely a curse, it was a force, a cycle that bound the living and the dead in a twisted dance that could never truly be broken. It couldn't end with her. The fog swirled around her, and Emma gritted her teeth. She wouldn't let it. She couldn't. She was tired of being afraid, tired of running from this invisible force. I won't stop, she whispered to herself, her voice steady despite the fear twisting inside her. I won't let it win. The forest had gone eerily silent again. The whispers were gone, replaced by the oppressive stillness that seemed to press against her from every direction. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out as if to warn her. She had to keep moving. She couldn't wait for whatever was lurking in the mist to find her again. But where could she go? She couldn't keep walking in circles, lost in the fog. She needed answers, real answers. The fog had claimed too many lives, and she knew it wouldn't stop until it had taken everything. But what if there were others like her? Others who had felt its pull, who had been marked by it, who understood its twisted grip. What if they had the answers she needed? The thought of finding them, of joining forces with others who understood the darkness, gave Emma a flicker of hope. But she didn't know where to start. The forest stretched endlessly, its winding paths vanishing into the mist, a maze of shadows and unknowns. And then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something. A flicker of movement. Her heart skipped a beat as she turned sharply toward it, her senses on high alert. Was it another trick? Was the fog toying with her again? Or was this something else entirely? The figure stepped forward, emerging from the mist like a shadow, tall, cloaked, and mysterious. Emma's breath caught in her throat, but as the figure drew nearer, she saw something that made her freeze. It was a woman. But not just any woman. The woman who had been by her side when she first encountered the fog. The woman who had stepped back into the mist without a word. The woman who had seemed resigned to the fate she knew was inevitable. Emma hadn't seen her since that moment, and she had almost forgotten about her in the chaos that had followed. But now, she stood before her, her expression unreadable, her eyes dark and heavy with something Emma couldn't quite place. You, Emma said, her voice a mixture of disbelief and urgency. I thought you were gone. I thought you. The woman raised a hand, silencing Emma. There is no time for explanations, she said, her voice soft but firm. The fog is not done with you, Emma. Not by a long shot. Emma's chest tightened. I thought I had broken it. I thought You think you've broken it, the woman interrupted. But you're wrong. The fog does not just exist in the woods. It is part of the land, part of the fabric of everything around you. You have freed yourself from the creature, but not from the consequences of your bloodline. You're still bound to it, Emma. You've only begun to understand the cost. Emma shook her head, the weight of the woman's words pressing down on her. She didn't want to hear this, didn't want to believe it. She had fought so hard, sacrificed so much to be free, and now she was hearing that it had all been for nothing? What do you mean, consequences? Emma asked, the words feeling like lead on her tongue. What cost? The woman's face softened, but there was a sadness in her eyes that sent a chill through Emma's bones. You have to face the truth, she said quietly. The fog is not just a thing to be defeated. It is an entity of the past. Your ancestors made a pact with it, and their blood lives in you. It's not just a curse you can escape from. It's something that has tied your family to this land, to this place. You're marked, Emma, just like they were. Emma took a step back, the world suddenly feeling heavier. I don't want this. I didn't ask for it. I know, the woman said gently. None of us do. But the pact cannot be undone so easily. The bloodlines that were bound to it, the sacrifices made, they've already shaped you. They've shaped everything that has happened since. Then what am I supposed to do? Emma asked, her voice cracking. What do you want from me? The woman took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for what she had to say next. You must find the others, she said. The others who were marked, who were touched by the fog like you. They are the only ones who can help you understand how to break this. But the fog won't let you go without a fight. It will take what it is owed. It always does. Emma clenched her fists, her mind racing with fear, confusion, and rage. She had been ready to give up, to leave this place behind. But now, standing before her, was a reminder that there was no escape. Not yet. Where do I find them? Emma asked, her voice steady despite the chaos in her chest. The woman hesitated, her eyes distant, as if she were seeing something Emma could not. You'll know when the time is right, she said quietly. But be careful, Emma. The fog is always watching. It will not let you go easily. And it will follow wherever you go. With that, the woman turned, stepping into the fog, her figure swallowed by the mist as quickly as she had appeared. Emma was left standing alone once again, the weight of the woman's words settling over her like a blanket. The fog was closing in again, the cold creeping through her skin, but she knew one thing for sure now. The fog wasn't done. It wasn't just about the creature or the pact. It was something much bigger, something woven into the very fabric of the land. And she was part of it. Her bloodline was part of it. And now, she had no choice but to face it. To find the others. To confront whatever was left of this ancient curse. She had to. Because the fog wouldn't stop until it had taken everything. Whispers in the Fog, Part 11. The forest around Emma felt suffocating, as if the very air had thickened with the weight of her realization. The fog wasn't just an isolated curse. It was part of her, part of the land, part of everything that had come before her. She had fought the creature, but that had only been a piece of the puzzle. The fog was much more than a mere force to battle. It was a living, breathing entity. And now, she was bound to it. She didn't know how she had missed it before, the way the forest had changed, how it seemed to lean in toward her, listening, watching, waiting. The trees that had once felt like comforting sentinels now felt oppressive, as though they were closing in around her. And the fog, it had retreated for a while, but now it was creeping back, like a slow tide that would eventually drown her if she didn't act. The woman who had appeared before her, the one who had once been her companion and now seemed like a distant echo, had left Emma with no choice. She had to find the others, the ones marked by the fog, and she had to do it quickly. The warning was clear. The fog was always watching, always waiting for its moment to strike again. But where to begin? The woman's cryptic words had left Emma with little guidance, no real direction. You'll know when the time is right, she had said. That wasn't much to go on. And yet, Emma had the nagging feeling that she was already on the path. That she had been moving toward this moment for much longer than she realized. She had to trust herself. Taking a deep breath, Emma turned away from the clearing and made her way deeper into the forest. Her steps were slow at first, hesitant, the weight of the journey ahead settling in her chest. The fog thickened, swirling around her like a living thing, and the trees seemed to bend closer, their branches stretching like arms reaching to pull her into the darkness. She had no plan, no idea where to go next. The forest was endless, the mist obscuring everything around her. But one thing was certain, she couldn't keep wandering aimlessly. She needed a sign, something to show her the way. And then, just as she was beginning to doubt, she saw it. A light, faint at first, glowing through the fog. It flickered, like a candle in the distance, but it was enough to catch her attention. The warmth of it felt strange in the cold air. Without thinking, Emma quickened her pace, moving toward the light. The fog parted around her, as though it, too, recognized the importance of the light. Her heart raced as she approached. What was this? A trap? A trick of the fog? Or was it the sign she had been waiting for? As she got closer, the light grew brighter. It was coming from a small clearing, the trees parting just enough to allow her to see. And there, standing in the center of the clearing, was a figure. This time, the figure was not like the ones before. It wasn't a shadow, or a distorted echo of a lost soul. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his face hidden by a hood. The light that surrounded him flickered from a lantern he held in his hand, casting long shadows across the ground. He stood perfectly still, his posture calm, though there was an unmistakable tension in the air. Emma took a cautious step forward, her breath caught in her throat. She didn't know who this man was, but something in her gut told her that he wasn't an enemy. not like the creature or the figure that had taken the form of Anna. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with uncertainty. "What is this place?" The man didn't answer right away. He simply regarded her with a calm, steady gaze, his eyes gleaming in the dim light of the lantern. After a long moment, he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "You've come at last," he said, his tone almost wistful. "I was wondering when you would find your way here." Emma's heart skipped a beat. "You know me. I've been watching you for some time," he replied, his voice carrying a weight of something ancient. "And you've been marked by the fog, just like the others." Emma's breath caught. "The others?" she repeated, her voice trembling. "Who are they? Where are they?" The man's lips curled into a small smile, though there was little warmth in it. "The ones who are like you," he said softly. "Those who have been touched by the fog. Those who have fought, struggled, and survived its grasp. We are the ones who stand between the fog and the world. The ones who understand the cost." Emma's mind raced. You've been watching me," she repeated, her heart thudding in her chest. "But why? What do you want from me?" The man didn't answer right away. He looked down at the lantern in his hand, his fingers tightening around its handle, before lifting his gaze back to her. "I've been waiting for you to come," he said quietly. "I knew you would eventually. And when you did, you would need guidance." "Guidance?" Emma echoed, confusion rising in her chest. "What do you mean?" "The fog is not what you think it is," the man said, stepping closer to her, his voice lowering as if he were sharing a secret. "It's not a curse that can simply be broken. It's a living force, an ancient entity that feeds on the souls of the lost. It has been here long before you or anyone else walked this land. The pact your ancestors made was not just with a creature, but with the fog itself. And now, it is tied to you." Emma's chest tightened, the weight of his words settling over her like a cold stone. "So what am I supposed to do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How do I stop it?" The man's eyes gleamed with something dark. "You cannot stop it," he said softly. "But you can end it. You can find a way to break the cycle, to free the souls that are trapped. But it will cost you. The fog is not easily undone, and neither are the choices that must be made." Emma's mind spun. What was he saying? That she couldn't stop the fog? That there was no way to escape it? She took a step back, her fear rising again. "I don't want to make a choice. I don't want to be part of this anymore." The man's expression softened slightly, though there was still an edge to his gaze. "None of us want to be," he said. "But you have already made the choice, whether you realize it or not. You have already broken the pact. Now, you must finish what you started. You must face the cost of your bloodline." "What are you talking about?" Emma asked, her voice cracking. The man's gaze hardened again. "You must find the others. They are the key to unlocking the way forward. But be warned, they will not all be allies. The fog has already touched them, and it will twist their hearts, just as it twists yours." A chill ran down Emma's spine. "What do you mean? How can I trust them?" "You can't," the man said quietly. "But you must. The fog will not wait much longer. It will return, and when it does, it will consume everything in its path." Emma swallowed hard, her throat dry. "Where are they?" she asked, her voice steady now, though the fear still clawed at her. The man gave a slight nod. "Follow the path," he said, his voice low. "You will find them, when the time is right." With that, the man stepped back into the fog, his figure dissolving as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Emma standing alone once again, the weight of his words settling over her like a storm. She had no more answers, no clearer path. Only one thing remained. She had to find the others, the ones like her, before the fog returned. And she had to face whatever it was that had been waiting for her all along. Whispers in the fog, Part 12. The forest around Emma felt more oppressive now, the fog thickening again as if it sensed her uncertainty. The man's words echoed in her mind, twisting her thoughts into knots. The fog wasn't just a curse. It wasn't just a creature. It was something ancient, something alive, and now she was bound to it. But she couldn't let that be the end of it. She couldn't. There had to be a way to free herself, to end this cycle. But how? She had to find the others. The ones marked by the fog. The ones who had been touched by its cold, suffocating grasp. The man, whoever he was, had said that they were the key. But he had also warned her that they might not all be allies. Some would be twisted by the fog, just as she had been. She would have to walk carefully, choosing her steps wisely, or she could fall prey to the same darkness that had claimed so many before her. Emma pushed forward, the path before her obscured by the thickening mist. Each step felt like it carried her deeper into something she didn't fully understand. She had no map, no guidance, just the faint hope that somehow she would find the others, that they would be able to help her unlock the way forward. But where to begin? The fog seemed to close in around her, its swirling tendrils reaching out to touch her, to pull her back into its suffocating embrace. The shadows between the trees grew darker, the path narrowing as if the forest itself was trying to trap her. But she couldn't stop now. She couldn't go back. She had made a promise to herself, and to those lost to the fog, that she would end this. Suddenly, a sound broke through the silence. A faint whisper, like the flutter of wings, too soft to fully hear. But it was there, lingering in the air, a call. No, a warning. Emma paused, her heart skipping a beat. It was like the whispers from the fog, but different somehow, sharper, more intentional. She strained her ears, trying to make out the words. It came again. Turn back. The voice was thin, distant, almost like a figment of her imagination. She could feel her pulse quicken, a sense of dread building in her chest. Turn back, Emma, the voice repeated, clearer this time. You are not meant to walk this path. Emma spun around, her breath coming in short gasps. The mist parted briefly, and in the flickering light of the lantern, she saw a figure standing in the distance. Vague and indistinct, but somehow familiar. A woman, or something that looked like a woman, cloaked in shadows. Who are you? Emma demanded, her voice tight with fear. What do you want? The figure didn't move at first, just watched her, its presence unsettling, almost suffocating. The air felt colder now, the fog thicker, as though the world around her was bending to the will of the figure in front of her. Your bloodline, the figure said softly, almost tenderly. It's tainted, Emma. You can't escape it. The fog will always claim you. There is no way out. Emma shook her head, the fear beginning to knot in her stomach. No, I don't accept that. I won't let it win. I will stop it. The figure's smile twisted, its face now clearer in the mist. It was a grotesque parody of a woman's face, beautiful but twisted, as though the fog had taken something pure and warped it into something unrecognizable. You think you have a choice? The figure asked, its voice low and mocking. You're just another pawn in the fog's game. You'll never be free, Emma. It's not just your bloodline. It's your fate. No, Emma shouted, her hands shaking, her body trembling with both rage and fear. I will be free. I won't let it take me. I won't be part of this anymore. The figure laughed, a cold, hollow sound that echoed in the fog. You will never be free. The fog owns you. It owns all of us. And in the end, it will claim you, too. Just like it claimed me. The figure began to fade into the mist, its form dissolving like smoke in the wind. But before it completely vanished, it left Emma with one final thought. Remember this, Emma. The fog is not a prison. It's a part of you, and it will always find a way to pull you back. The last remnants of the figure disappeared into the fog, leaving Emma standing alone once more. But now, the world around her felt heavier, darker. The whispers from the fog had returned, louder than ever before. They weren't the same voices she had heard before, the ones that had driven her to the brink of madness. No, these voices were different. They were mocking, insistent, familiar. Her breath quickened as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. Was that the figure of a lost soul, twisted by the fog? Or was it something else, a reflection of what she could become if she allowed herself to be consumed by fear, by doubt? Emma closed her eyes for a moment, trying to steady her breath. She had to keep moving. She couldn't let this stop her. She couldn't let it drag her down. There had to be a way out of this, a way to end the cycle once and for all. But where was she supposed to go now? She felt the pull of the fog again, as if it were calling her name, its whispers growing louder, more insistent. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, the trees thick and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky like gnarled fingers. And then, something changed. In the distance, beyond the trees, Emma saw something. A flicker of light. The glow was faint at first, but it grew stronger as she moved toward it. It was the same warm light she had seen earlier, like a candle in the darkness. But this time, it was brighter, more focused. She had seen it before, but now, it seemed different. More real. More tangible. Emma's heart skipped a beat as she realized what it was. A figure. Another person. She rushed toward the light, her body moving on instinct, driven by the desperate need to find someone, anyone, who could help her. The fog swirled around her as she moved, but it didn't feel the same. The air wasn't as heavy, the whispers quieter. It was as though the fog was being pushed back by the light. As she entered the clearing, she saw the figure more clearly. A man, standing in the center of the light, his features hidden in the shadow of his hood. He held a lantern, just like the one she had seen before, but his presence felt different, calmer, more resolute. "Who are you?" Emma asked, her voice trembling. The man looked up, his face partially obscured by the hood, but his eyes glowed with a faint, eerie light. "I am one of them," he said simply. "The ones you seek." Emma's breath caught in her throat. "The others?" The man nodded. "Yes, and we've been waiting for you, Emma." Whispers in the Fog, Part 13. The light around the man was warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold of the fog that seemed to cling to Emma's skin. The moment she stepped into the clearing, the air felt lighter, almost as though the fog itself had retreated, sensing the presence of this mysterious figure. The soft glow of the lantern illuminated the man's face for just a moment, revealing sharp, knowing eyes and a face marked by time, weathered yet serene. Emma's heart raced in her chest as she took a cautious step closer, her voice still trembling. "You've been waiting for me?" she asked, her breath catching in her throat. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The man's lips twitched into a faint smile, though it held no malice. "What do I want from you?" he repeated, as though considering the question carefully. "I want you to understand, to finally see the truth. The truth." Emma's brow furrowed. "What truth? I don't understand any of this. The fog, the pact, the souls trapped inside it. I thought I was breaking free, but it keeps pulling me back, and She paused, swallowing hard as the weight of everything began to press down on her once more. "I can't do this alone." The man's gaze softened. "You're not alone, Emma," he said, his voice gentle, though the echo of something deeper lingered in his words. "But you must face what you are, and what you were born into. The fog, the pact, these are not just things that have been forced upon you. They are a part of who you are, part of your legacy. You were chosen, just as your ancestors were." Emma shook her head, her mind swirling. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't want this. I don't want to be part of it." "You've never truly had a choice," the man said softly, as though he had expected her resistance. "But that doesn't mean you cannot change it. You must understand what this is, Emma. You've broken the pact, but not the cycle. The fog, it has always been there, and it will keep claiming what it is owed unless you choose to end it." "Choose to end it," Emma repeated, the words hanging in the air. "How?" How can I end it? The man's eyes darkened, his expression grave. The fog is not just a force, Emma. It is the keeper of all that has been taken, all the lives that have been sacrificed. The souls trapped inside it, they cannot be freed without a price. You must understand that. Emma's heart clenched. What price? She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. You must choose what you're willing to sacrifice, the man replied, his voice like a cold wind. The fog will never let go without a cost. You've already felt it. Your bloodline, your connection to it. It's part of the bargain. You must decide if you're willing to give up what is most precious to you in order to free those trapped within it. Emma stepped back, the weight of his words crashing over her like a wave. The fog had been a prison, yes. But it was more than that. It was a chain that bound not only her ancestors but her as well. Her bloodline had been tied to the fog for generations, and she was the last to carry that burden. No, Emma said, shaking her head again. I won't. I won't sacrifice anyone. I won't let it take anyone else. The man studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed, a deep, resigned sound. You already know the price, Emma. The fog will claim what is owed. And that price might be your own soul. Or another's. The ones who have been marked by it, the ones you seek, they will have to face it too. You cannot stop the fog without confronting the very thing that has tied you to it. I can't, Emma whispered, panic rising in her chest. I can't choose. I can't do this. The man took a step forward, the soft glow of his lantern casting long shadows around them. You don't have a choice. Not anymore. But you can choose how you face it. You can choose whether you face the fog head-on, or let it consume you like it has consumed so many before. Emma's mind reeled. The weight of her choices, of her ancestors' choices, was almost unbearable. The fog had taken so much already. Her family, her life. And now, it was coming for her, too. She had already broken the pact, but breaking the cycle, it seemed impossible. The price was too great. I can't, she repeated, her voice shaking. I can't lose anyone else. I can't. The man's eyes softened for a brief moment, though his expression remained somber. Then you must find the others. The ones who have been marked by the fog, just like you. Only together can you break the cycle. Emma blinked, confusion clouding her mind. But you said I can't stop it alone. You're not alone, the man replied. But you must find them, and you must face what you are. You are the last of your bloodline, Emma, the last to fulfill the pact, the last to face the fog's reckoning. She swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the man's words settle heavily on her chest. Her family's legacy had brought her here, whether she had wanted it or not. And now, she had to face the truth. The fog wasn't just a force. It wasn't just a curse. It was part of her. Part of who she was. But how? She whispered. How can I face it? The man took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. You must go to the heart of the fog. The place where the pact was made. There, you will find the answers. And there, you will make your choice. Emma nodded slowly, though she still felt the weight of doubt pressing down on her chest. I don't know if I can do this, she admitted softly. I don't know if I'm strong enough. The man's eyes softened again. You are stronger than you think, Emma. You've already come so far. The fog has been a part of you since the moment you were born. But now, you must choose how it ends. And whether you're ready or not, the time is coming. With that, the man turned and began to walk into the fog, his figure dissolving into the mist as if he had never been there at all. But his words, the weight of them, remained in Emma's mind like a lingering echo. She was the last of her bloodline, the last to face the fog. She had already broken the pact. But to truly end it, to truly free the souls trapped within it, she would have to make a choice. A choice that would cost her something precious. And she had no idea what that would be. Emma stood alone in the clearing, the fog curling around her once again, but this time, she didn't feel as afraid. She didn't have all the answers. She didn't even know what her next step would be. But she knew one thing: the fog would never stop, not until she made her choice. She would have to find the others, the ones marked by the fog, and together, they would face the heart of it. And only then would the cycle finally end. Whispers in the Fog, Part 14. The fog had closed in once more, thick and suffocating, curling around Emma like a living thing. Each step she took felt heavier, as though the very air were pressing against her. The man, the mysterious figure with the lantern, had given her a task, a destination. But his words echoed in her mind, growing louder with every passing moment. You must go to the heart of the fog. There, you will find the answers. And there, you will make your choice. But what choice? What could she possibly choose that would end the cycle? The thought of it gnawed at her insides, pulling her deeper into the fog with each uncertain step. She had already broken the pact, or so she thought. She had already defied the creature, banished it from her life. But now, she understood that this wasn't just about one monster or one curse. This was about something much bigger. The fog wasn't just a creature, it was an ancient force, an entity woven into the very fabric of the world, and her bloodline was tied to it. Emma felt the weight of it all as she moved deeper into the woods. The path was narrow, the trees bent low, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands, as if trying to hold her back. She felt like she was walking through a dream, or a nightmare. The fog seemed to breathe around her, whispering in voices too faint to understand, but she could feel them, pressing at the edges of her mind, tugging at her thoughts. She had to find the others, the ones who had been marked by the fog. The man had told her that they were the key to ending this. They had to be. But how was she supposed to find them in this endless, oppressive darkness? The forest stretched on in every direction, the fog blocking her sight, erasing any hint of a path. Her heart began to pound in her chest. She couldn't breathe. The whispers, though still faint, were starting to take shape, weaving through her thoughts like a web of insidious voices. You're not meant for this. You can't escape it. You will never be free. No, she whispered to herself, shaking her head. I won't let it take me. I won't let it take anyone else. But even as she spoke the words, doubt lingered at the back of her mind. What if she couldn't do it? What if the cost was too great? As the thought crossed her mind, a strange sensation prickled down her spine. She wasn't alone. She could feel it, a presence just beyond her sight, watching her, waiting. Who's there? She called, her voice trembling despite her efforts to steady it. Show yourself. The fog parted just enough for her to see a figure emerging from the mist, a figure cloaked in shadows. Emma's breath caught in her throat. This time, the figure wasn't like the others. It wasn't a distorted echo of a lost soul. It was a person. A man, tall and cloaked, his face obscured by a hood. He didn't speak at first. He simply stood there, watching her, his presence both imposing and somehow comforting at the same time. The fog swirled around him, but he seemed unaffected by it, like he belonged to the mist rather than the other way around. Who are you? Emma asked, her voice quiet but firm. She was tired of the games, tired of the riddles. She needed answers. The man raised his head, revealing piercing eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. I've been waiting for you, he said, his voice smooth, almost melodic. Just as the others have. Emma's heart skipped a beat. The others? Who are they? What do you mean? The ones marked by the fog, the man continued. The ones who, like you, are connected to it. You are not alone, Emma. Not anymore. I've been alone long enough, she said, her voice tinged with both exhaustion and defiance. I'm done being alone. The man nodded, as if he understood her frustration. You are not alone. Not anymore, he repeated, his gaze steady, unwavering. But the others are not easy to find. They are scattered, hidden, lost in the fog just as you were. But you must find them. Only together can you confront what is coming. Emma felt a knot form in her stomach. What's coming? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The man's eyes darkened, and for a moment, Emma thought she saw a flicker of something darker in them. The fog is not just a force. It is not just a curse. It is the keeper of all that has been taken. The souls, the sacrifices, the price that has been paid for centuries. And now, it seeks to reclaim what it is owed. Emma felt a chill run through her, and she stepped back instinctively. I don't understand, she said, her mind spinning. How can I stop it? How can I end it? The man took a step forward, his figure looming larger in the mist. You cannot stop it alone, he said, his voice solemn. But you can face it. You can choose to end it. The fog will continue to pull at you, at your bloodline, at the souls of those it has claimed. But you must face the heart of it. You must go to the place where it began. Emma's mind whirled. Where? Where do I go? The man raised his lantern, and for a moment, the light revealed a map carved into the surface of the stone he held. It was intricate, strange markings overlapping in patterns Emma didn't recognize, but the shape of the map was unmistakable. There, the man said, pointing to a distant location on the map. The heart of the fog. It is there that the cycle will be broken, or it will consume you entirely. Emma's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the map. It was impossible. The path was perilous, the terrain treacherous. The fog was thick and winding, the trees dense and tangled, and she was certain that the fog itself would fight her every step of the way. I can't do this alone, she said, her voice barely audible. You are not alone, the man repeated. You will find the others. They will help you. Emma looked up, meeting his gaze. The determination in his eyes was clear, but there was something else, a sadness, a regret, something older than the fog itself. I will find them, she said, her voice more certain than she had felt in days. I will find them, and we will end this. The man nodded, his face grim. Then go, he said, his voice soft but urgent, before the fog takes more. With that, he turned and began to walk into the mist, his figure vanishing as the fog swallowed him whole. Emma stood frozen for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest. The man had given her the map, the final clue to ending the cycle. She knew what she had to do. She had to find the others. She had to face the heart of the fog. She had to end it. But she didn't know if she was ready. And that was the scariest thought of all. Whispers in the Fog, Part 15. Emma stood still, the fog swirling around her like a living thing, thick and suffocating, pressing in on all sides. The weight of the man's words still hung in the air, as heavy as the mist that surrounded her. The heart of the fog. The place where it all began. That was where she had to go. That was the only way to stop it. But where was this place? How was she supposed to find it in a forest so vast, so consumed by the fog? The map the man had given her was a cryptic series of symbols, lines overlapping in intricate patterns, but it gave no clear indication of where to begin. It felt like she was standing at the edge of a cliff, looking down into an abyss, unsure whether she could take the first step or if the ground would give way beneath her. She held the map in her hands, the light from the lantern she carried flickering weakly against the darkness, casting long shadows on the forest floor. The fog parted just enough for her to see the path ahead, but it was narrow, winding, and disappeared into the mist almost immediately, lost to the world beyond. Every direction seemed the same, unfamiliar, unknowable, and filled with uncertainty. As she took a cautious step forward, she felt a chill seep deeper into her bones, like the cold of the fog was inside her, tightening around her chest. She had no idea how much time had passed since she had left the clearing, only that it felt like days, weeks, had blurred together. It was as if the fog was trying to swallow her whole, to pull her into the past, to trap her in its web of whispers. The map was a riddle, a puzzle, and as much as she tried to decipher it, the answers seemed just out of reach. You are not alone, the man had told her. Find the others. Only together can you face it. But where were the others? How would she know who they were? The fog had claimed so many, scattered them across the land. They were hidden, lost in the same twisted web that had entangled her, and now she had to find them. But how? The darkness was closing in, the fog thicker than ever, pressing against her mind, taunting her with its silence. She stopped, closing her eyes for a moment, trying to center herself. There was no way forward, no way back. The fog had sealed her fate the moment she had stepped into it. And yet, she couldn't stop. She wouldn't. Suddenly, a sound broke through the stillness. A voice. Emma. Her heart skipped a beat, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was faint at first, almost drowned out by the howling wind that tore through the trees. But there it was again, clearer this time, calling her name from somewhere deeper in the mist. Emma. She spun around, her eyes wide, scanning the fog for the source of the voice. It was unmistakable, like a whisper in the dark, familiar and haunting. Anna. Her heart ached with the thought. She had been searching for so long, trying to make sense of everything, and now Anna's voice, her friend's voice, was calling to her from the depths of the fog. Anna, she called, her voice barely above a whisper. Is that you? The fog shifted, swirling around her like a living thing, pulling at her with cold, invisible hands. For a moment, she thought she saw a shadow move in the distance, just a glimpse of something familiar, something she had seen before. The mist parted just enough for her to make out a figure standing in the distance, a silhouette against the gray backdrop. Anna, Emma called again, stepping toward the figure, her heart racing. But as she approached, the figure seemed to fade, dissolving back into the fog like a dream slipping away. No, she whispered to herself. This can't be real. But the voice, there it was again, so clear, so close. Emma, please. The words seemed to be coming from all directions now, echoing around her, pressing in on her mind, wrapping around her thoughts. She clutched the map in her hand tighter, her knuckles white, as if holding onto it could anchor her to something real. Stop, Emma said firmly, her voice trembling. I can't do this. I won't follow you. But the voice kept calling. Anna's voice. She took another step forward, then another, until she was standing in the middle of the clearing, the fog closing in around her like a suffocating blanket. She couldn't see, couldn't breathe. Her mind was clouded, the whispers growing louder and louder, filling every corner of her mind. And then, there was a flicker of movement. Something moving in the fog. A shape, barely visible, but moving toward her. This time, she didn't call out. She didn't wait. She took a step back, instinctively, as the figure drew closer. Her heart thudded in her chest, each beat louder than the last. She could feel the fog closing in, wrapping tighter around her, pushing her to the brink. The figure emerged fully from the mist, and Emma's heart stopped. It wasn't Anna. It wasn't a person at all. It was a shadow, a creature, dark and formless, its body shifting and twisting like smoke, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. The figure had no face, no recognizable features. It was a mass of shifting shadows, an embodiment of the fog itself. The air around it grew colder, the mist swirling in on itself as if feeding it. Emma froze, fear gripping her chest. This thing was not Anna. It wasn't human. It was something else, something born from the fog. And it was coming toward her. Emma! The voice echoed again, this time deeper, more menacing. The shadow seemed to grow, expanding as if it were feeding on the fog itself. You are the last. You are the one we seek. Emma's breath caught in her throat as the creature stepped closer, the darkness wrapping tighter around her, pulling at her like a force stronger than any she had ever felt. You cannot escape, Emma, it said, its voice a low, rasping whisper that sent a shiver through her bones. The fog claims what is owed, and you are what is owed. Terror surged through her, but she stood her ground, clutching the map to her chest as if it could protect her. I'm not afraid of you, she said, her voice shaking but defiant. I will not be your sacrifice. The creature stopped just before her, its dark eyes gleaming like pits of blackened stone. "You are not the one who chooses," it said softly. "The fog has already chosen for you." Emma swallowed hard, her mind racing. This was it. This was the moment. She had come so far, but could she really face this creature? Could she confront the heart of the fog? And if she did, what would it cost? Whispers in the Fog, Part 16, Final. The shadow before Emma loomed, its dark form bending and shifting, its very presence causing the air to grow colder, heavier. The whispering in the fog grew louder, a cacophony of voices, each one calling her name, each one pulling at her thoughts, drowning her in the weight of everything she had tried to escape. Her heart raced in her chest as she stood frozen before the creature, its hollow eyes staring at her with a malevolent force. She had been brought here, to the heart of the fog, just as the man had told her. But now that she stood at the center of it all, the weight of the choice she had to make was more suffocating than ever. What would it cost her to end the cycle? Was she truly ready to face what had been chosen for her? "You are what is owed, Emma," the creature hissed, its voice like 1,000 whispers. "You are the last of your bloodline, the last to bear the burden of the pact." "No," Emma whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of fear and defiance. "I fought too long. I won't be your sacrifice." The shadow's form flickered, as though mocking her resistance. "It is not your choice to make. The fog claims all in time. The price has been paid, and you, Emma, are the final payment." Her mind raced, her heart pounding so loudly in her chest that it threatened to drown out the voice of the creature. She had come so far. She had broken free from the creature. She had broken the pact, but now she understood the depth of what that meant. The fog was not just an enemy to be defeated. It was an eternal force, woven into the fabric of the world, and no matter how hard she tried, no matter how much she fought, the cycle would never truly end unless someone chose to pay the ultimate price. The fog was not just a prison for the souls it had taken, it was a prison for everyone tied to it. And now, she had to decide if she was willing to break that cycle. If she was willing to free the souls trapped within it. The others. The words echoed in her mind. The ones who had been marked by the fog, the ones who had been lost, scattered like ghosts across the land. She couldn't do this alone. She didn't have to. If she could find them, if they could all come together, there might be a way to break the fog's hold. There might be a way to end it forever. But what would it cost? Choose. The shadow hissed again, its form swirling with menace. Choose what you are willing to lose. Your soul or theirs. The fog demands a price. And you are the last to pay it. Emma took a step back, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. She had already sacrificed so much. Her family, her past, her future, all had been shaped by the fog, by the pact made long ago. And now, the final choice had come to her. Was she willing to give up what was most precious to her to free the trapped souls? Was she willing to give up herself? She had spent so much of her life running, trying to escape the fog, trying to free herself from its grip. But she couldn't run anymore. The fog had already consumed so much. She could feel its pull, its whispers in her soul, drawing her in, telling her that there was no escape, that this was her fate. But Emma was tired of being a prisoner. She took a deep breath and steadied herself. The fog may have claimed her bloodline, but it would not claim her future. She would not allow the cycle to continue. Not at the cost of innocent lives. Not at the cost of the others who had been trapped. She raised her hand, her fingers trembling as she clutched the map tightly. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows across the clearing. She knew what she had to do. "I choose to end it," she said, her voice stronger now, the words rising from the depths of her soul. "I will free the souls. I will break the cycle." The shadow screeched, a terrible sound that filled the forest with its fury. The fog around her thickened, swirling violently, but Emma stood firm. The whispers, the voices, the weight of her ancestors, it all began to fade as she focused on the task ahead. She wasn't just breaking the pact. She was rewriting it. She was choosing to end the endless cycle of sacrifice, to break the chains that had bound her family for generations. The creature lashed out, its form writhing like smoke, but Emma's gaze never wavered. She could feel the fog fighting her, pulling at her, trying to drag her into the dark, but she pressed forward. The souls that had been trapped within the fog, the lost, the forgotten, began to stir, their presence becoming clearer, like faint echoes in the distance, calling to her, urging her on. She took another step, then another, until she was standing at the heart of the fog, the very place where it all began. The shadow lunged toward her, its tendrils reaching out, but she raised the map high above her head, the lantern's light shining brighter, flooding the clearing with a warmth that burned away the darkness. And then, with a single, decisive motion, Emma thrust the map into the center of the fog. The ground shook beneath her feet, and the fog writhed as if in agony. A blinding light erupted from the map, filling the clearing with warmth and light, and for a moment, Emma thought she would be consumed by it. But instead of suffocating her, it seemed to cleanse her, to wash away the darkness that had been so deeply entrenched in her soul. The shadow screamed one last time, a terrible wail of defeat, before it was consumed by the light, its form vanishing into the mist. The fog began to dissipate, slowly at first, and then with greater speed, as though it were retreating from something it could no longer control. Emma fell to her knees, the weight of the moment crashing down on her. The fog was gone. The shadow was gone. The cycle had been broken. The souls that had been trapped, the lives that had been lost, were free. And she was free, too. The clearing was still. The air felt lighter now, warmer, as if the very land itself had been released from the fog's oppressive grip. Emma looked up, and for the first time, she saw the sky above her, clear and bright, the stars twinkling like distant promises. She had made her choice. And though the cost had been great, she knew it had been the right one. The fog was no longer a prison. The cycle had ended. And Emma, the last of her bloodline, was finally free.